one single, only good thing to...
When they walk back, they sing through the forest.
I'm so afraid of it. Gave me. I don't belong here, and I'm not well. I'm so ashamed of the gift you gave me. I'm right on the wrong side of it all. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another edition of Warhammer Painting. My name is Commissar Hecht. And, let me get into recording. So if you want to join me in the chat, you can. So excited to get back started. I'm just finishing up a few quick things on my phone. But I wanted to talk to you guys before we started painting and see how you guys were doing. And this particular stream has been requested by Lady Faye. Lady Faye is a good friend of mine. We met on we met on the interweb doing some role play because I like doing online role play because I can't get a D&D group here for some reason, and I do a lot of role play service, and hers is good. She's awesome. So. Shout out to her. All right. Holy moly, that hurt. Whew. All right. So get back on what we were doing. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 heads left. And then we can tidy up the berets and whatnot in the flesh, and then we can move on to the eyes. And that'll be really cool. Oh, let's make sure that people are Let's make sure that people know that I'm actually streaming profile. The light of sun and stars and moon, and light, and glimmer of night. I invited one of my friends. He's a main source. I invited one of my friends because he's the main source of 40K lore. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that you invited him. I'm glad that you invited him. I'm just like I said, we're getting the stream ready. Well, I've got the stream ready. We're going to be painting. We're going to be putting these beret heads on some guardsmen. And whatnot. I have been summoned. No problem. And if you... Ooh, guardsmen. Yes. Yes. Not just any guardsmen. Guardsmen from Terra. Grim Nexus. I'm assuming Grim Nexus is a World of Warcraft. Very few people spell Nexus with 2 X's. Unless it's Grimnaeus, in which case, the anyone who plays Worgen, the circle between furry and Worgen players is almost a full circle. The Venn diagram is almost a full circle. But I'm just curious. That's a very like World of Warcraft style spelling. But anyway, yes, these guardsmen. It's a Kingdom Hearts thing. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Faye, World of Warcraft, the the Worgen, and then of course the raid, the Nexus raid on Lich King, if I remember correctly. I play WoW, but I prefer Final Fantasy XIV. Another thing I can jabber about hours on end. Well, we can jabber about Warhammer. Fear not. Foxhole Games, welcome. Foxhole Games on YouTube. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to chat. By the way, if you want to join the Discord, there is the Discord server right there. I will put it in, and it's also on the YouTube channel as well, but I'll put it in the description as well. The description, it's in the description, but I'll put it in the chat as well. So there is both the YouTube. I love Warhammer. I love playing big stompy knights and seeing dozens of enemy models wiped from the board. So I'm fully aware. No, I know. I'm just saying, like, the Venn diagram of Worgens and furries is almost a circle. And that's the same for druids. The Venn diagram of druids and furries is almost a circle. And that's in anything for like D&D and whatnot. But anyway, as I was saying, so these are Imperial Guardsmen, yes, but they are not Cadians. Most of the furries I know play Volpuria nowadays. Well, Volpuria is like the new thing, isn't it? It's like the Night Warden thing. Or not the Night Wardens, but no, Night Warden. No, no, it's I don't know. It's some sort of what's it called? Ooh, Faye, I'm going to show you this one. This one looks pretty. Hold on. As I'm like trying to get my life ready, I see something very lovely. Is an extra race you can unlock. Ah, okay. I just DM'd you something. They've been around for +5 years. Well, I got out after, I think after Legion. I got out after Legion because I was like, well, game can't go anywhere else. And then they did Battle of Azeroth, and I was just like, ah, okay. Oh, yeah, I know. She pretty. She has your vibe. It's like screams your vibe. Anyway, okay, so let's get to Warhammer. Let's switch one fixation to another. All right, so let's get to Warhammer real quick. Or not real quick. We're gonna be painting the entire time. Anyway, we were doing skin tones. That's right. Yes, we were doing skin tones. So yeah, these are not your standard Imperial Guardsmen. They may wear Cadian armor, and they may have Cadian-style weapons, but these particular Guardsmen are from Terra, Holy Terra. They are descendants of the original Imperial Army. They are descendants of the Solia Auxilia. They are sourced from Terra. That is the only thing that Terra produces is the for the Imperial tithe, because every planet in the Imperium has they pay a tithe. Every planet in the Imperium pays a tithe. Okay, to include Terra. Now, Terra is described as this massive, voracious, hungering beast that, materials go in and nothing comes out. That's not exactly true. There are guard regiments that do come out of Terra. 9 times out of 10, they're actual guard regiments, but they only serve in the solar segmentum, or they only serve in the Sol system. That's it. This particular scheme that I'm painting is a old Vietnam. These are probably the top of there. Well, so the Scholar Progenium. So there is a Scholar Progenium on Terra, but there's tons of. I mean, you got to remember, Terra's population is covered, like it's in the quadrillions. So not everyone is an imperial noble. There are imperial nobles leading Terran regiments and Terran battle formations within the defense forces of the Sol system, but there aren't. But the rest of them are just, grist for the mill, just like everybody else. The only difference is because they are Terran born, or they are children of pilgrims who made it to Terra and started families on Terra, they get the best equipment. The Palatine Guard, the actual Imperial Guard that guards the go away. That guards the Imperial Palace. So you have in Terra, you have basically rings of defenses. you have the Custodes that guard every single important node on Terra, whether it's the Imperial Palace, whether it's the Hollow Mountain, where the Astronomicon is, whether it's the whether it's the large. We love our 10,000 banana people. Yes, so the Custodes focus on the Imperial Palace, the vaults underneath Terra, the Astronomicon, and the Hollow Mountain, and then occasionally they'll go to Luna, and then they also guard the Emperor's old experimental chambers where he made the Astartes. That's also like adjacent to the vaults of Terra, but I think it's in a separate place, because it was described that his science lab was underneath the Himalayan mountains, and the Imperial Palace, if you look at it, it's where North America used to be. I don't know if it's in Canada or if it's actually like North America proper, like it expands the entire North American hemisphere. But that's where the Imperial Palace is. And then the science experiments where he developed the Astartes is rumored to be in the Himalayan mountains. You have the Custodes guarding those like important nodes. Then you have the Imperial Fists and the Black Templar guarding, outside those areas, because there's a Black Templar garrison on Terra and an Imperial Fist garrison, because the Imperial Fists make Terra their home, even though they're considered a fleet-based chapter, just like the Black Templar are considered a fleet-based chapter, quote unquote. And then you have the regular. Then you have the inquisitorial forces, the inquisitorial bodyguard forces that have their own like personal fiefdoms and nodes inside, like the Terran hives and all that stuff. They project power out. Then you have the actual Adeptus Arbites, the Adeptus Arbites. They're the one. They have a large presence. They have their Fortress Percentiums, dotted all across Terra, and then on the first layer of defense is your Imperial or the Palatine Guard, right? And the Palatine Guard fly the Palatine Eagle, which is Terra is basically populated with only nobles, but the firstborn children are worth it. When anything, the rest get conscripted for guard years. Yeah, basically, anyone that isn't fed into the Terran Administratum and the Adeptus Terra, or the Adeptus Ecclesiarchy of Terra, or any of the myriad offices, goes into the Palatine Guard, and the Palatine Guard is basically the Terran Imperial Guard. It's the Solar. It's literally the direct descendant of the Solar Auxilia. They just renamed it because they can fly the Palatine Eagle, and they can fly. Oh, you're the fourth son of blank. Welcome to the Guard. Yeah, basically. To basically explain what I'm painting, and I'll pull out some more models to show you guys, because I'm actually really proud of them. So, this particular unit that I'm painting is my own homebrew unit, just like anything from 40K, but I'm basing it off of a lot of like research when it comes to the Imperial Guard of Terra. And I'm going to show you, and because you guys are like really interested, I'm going to show you some lovely old models from 1993 that I've kept around. Now, I wasn't playing in 93, but I managed to score some as I was painting. As I started collecting. Now, a little bit about me, for those of you that are curious. I have been playing since 2002, 2003. I have fought in the Battle of Cadia. I when I was in the military, I was able to go to, I was stationed in London, or I was stationed in England, and I was able to go to Warhammer World, where they actually did what was called a legendary battle. And the legendary battle was a recreation of the Battle of Cadia during the 13th Black Crusade. This was before Abaddon dropped the Blackstone Fortress on the planet of Cadia. And I've got pictures on my Facebook showing that lovely event. They're limited because I wasn't able to take pictures. But whatnot. Oh, Azrael, thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Praise the Emperor. Thank you for following. Primus Azrael, thank you very much for the gift. Thank you very much. Who did you get? Hi, Commissar. Just want to pop in and say bye. Follow a bit on Twitch, Blue Sky. Just finished my dead group, so I'm wiped out for the night. No, that's fine. That's okay. Thank you very much for joining. I am honored that you were able to pop in. And thank you very much, Grim Nexus. All right, so we're going to switch cameras real quick. And we're going to show you this lovely girl. This is my pride and joy. I love this one. So, this is my Primaris Psyker. Faye, you got a gift sub! Oh! So this is my lovely Primaris Psyker. I'm going to rotate the light a little bit so you can see her a little bit better. So here she is. So she's a Primaris Psyker. This is mutants, but sanctioned mutants, so it's fine. Yeah, so this is a Primaris Psyker. So to explain my regiment a little bit that I'm making, this regiment is Terran born. Any Terran who wears the blue and white are considered nobles. Okay, so they are from a noble house. They wear dress whites, and they have dress whites and dress blues. Dress whites are for the nobles, but they wear blue storm coats to represent whichever house they're from. If it's blue and gold, they are from a house in Terra Prima. If it's blue and I think red, it's Terra Secundus. If it's blue and purple, I want to say it's Terra Tertius. And I think those are the only three major hives on Terra that like the noble houses are from. If it's purple and gold, or purple and red, or purple and blue, if the colors are switched, their families are from the Senatorum. Hers is purple and gold for the sash, because that represents that it's a sanctioned psyker from the actual, not the Astronomicon, but from the actual Adeptus Telepathica. One of the families from the Adeptus Telepathica. So there's her stuff. And this is one of the officers from the Imperial Guard. Again, he's blue and gold, so he's Terra Primus. I gotta fix his eyes a little bit, but we're working on it. I like his mustache. Yes, I made his mustache. The obligatory let's get the group back together from Altus. I hope everything's going well. Are you still in Japan? No, I'm in California now. I'm actually back in California. Thank you, Jack of Clubs. I would love to get a D&D group back. I really would. I've been fiending for a D&D group to get back. Oh my god. So, this is a Master Voxcaster. So, to answer some of the questions that I get all the time when it comes to my paint schemes or painting. All right, I am. Oh, let me switch back over to painting overlay. There we go. Actually, we'll just do Commissar's Journal. So, I am I am active duty military. I work in the United States Air Force. I joined the Air Force back in 2009, and I'm in security forces. So that's the military police. Okay, Colonel Mattis, that is going to put you into the bandbox. Thank you. We don't need to talk about that. Oh, good, good. That didn't populate. Thank you. My Autobot that handles the chat are yeah. And then we're just gonna put you in timeout. There we go. Enjoy. Yeah, my Autobot that I've hired for, not hired, but programmed for YouTube is actually working. Thank you very much. Anyway, ooh, gonna build a Miku model kit while I watch. Yay! I'm so glad. Anyway, server needs reprogramming. No, well, no. So occasionally I'll have a troll that pops on to the to you. So I'm streaming to four separate platforms really. I'm streaming to Twitch, I'm streaming to Kick, I'm streaming to YouTube, and I'm streaming to Facebook Gaming. Occasionally I'll get a troll that just jumps on. And I don't appreciate people that spread hate speech, particularly because I'm in the military. I have to, because I associate with the military, I have to adopt zero tolerance policy for those things, because the Air Force has a zero tolerance policy for hate speech, for any sort of racism, sexism, all that stuff. So to protect myself and to continue streaming, and plus I'm also trying to stream for good causes. I'm streaming for trying to raise money for refugees. I'm streaming for trying to raise money for Wounded Warrior Project. I stream for mental health. This current stream I'm streaming for, oh, let me put that into the chat. I'm streaming for Refugee Agency Help Aid. So there's that. So to protect myself and to continue to make content for you guys, I just establish a zero tolerance policy for that kind of stuff. And I get trolls on the interwebs that try and say some very nasty things about protected people, and I don't tolerate that. So if you have an issue with me protecting protected people and me trying to, also no one wants to hear that crap. Everyone's here just for fun. Yeah, 100%. 100%. No one wants to hear racism and sexism and homophobia and transphobia and all that stuff. No one wants to deal with that. You may disagree with people's lifestyles, but I took an oath to protect everyone's rights, and those people deserve their rights. And because, again, I'm in the military and I have to adopt the Air Force policies that the Air Force tells me I need to adopt because I'm an NCO, I'm a tech sergeant, that includes everything I do, you know. So, I was an EO NCO in the army. I have zero tolerance as well. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is that it's like, but you should allow free speech. I'm like, no, I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't need to tolerate people's hateful rhetoric. You can say it. You can say whatever you want. You can say the most nasty, most abhorrent thing. But if you come on my channel and say those nasty, abhorrent things, just because you say them does not get to your channel, your rules. Exactly. Just because you say those nasty and abhorrent things does not mean that you get that you are protected from consequences. And the consequences are you're banned. You're put in timeout. All that stuff. Freedom of speech is a freedom from consequences. Yep, 100%. 100%. So, exactly, yep. So, if people are pissy about it, then, hey, you don't have to follow my channel. All right, well, if you disagree, Fox, there's the door. I don't need to entertain you. Okay? See your way out. Thanks. Thanks for playing. Thanks for giving me the views and watching some of the ads. That's it. Freedom of speech protects them from the government, not from me. Anyway. Back to what was I saying? Yeah. Terra. So, to describe the paint job that I'm doing, I'm going to show you guys a few pictures of the... okay. Boo-hoo. Anyway. I'm going to... of the... what's it called? I'm going to show you a few pictures of the uniform that I'm making. Hold on. Let's do media. I think I have it in media on my Twitter. It's been a long time since I've talked about it. Yeah, there he is. Okay. Copy image address. We'll throw that in. So this is a picture of a Imperial Guard Imperial Guard Brigade Commander. That's his actual rank. The position is more of the rank instead of the thing. It's equivalent to either a colonel or a general. There we go. So that's a picture of one of like the uniform of a Imperial Guard officer. Let's see if I can find another one. Here's another one. So that's what the Imperial Guard look like. Or that's what an Imperial Guard officer's uniform looks like. So when you guys take a look at it, and I'm actually going to share it into the Discord as well. And then that is the just to cover this real quick, that is the standard Imperial Guardsman that I'm painting. So look through all those. If you can't see them, I'm going to put them up in the Discord. I'll put it under art gallery because that's a little bit better. That probably would fit it a little bit more. And there you go. It's under art gallery for those of you that want to join the Discord. No pressure if you don't want to. It's just it's easier that way. And oh, why is it so small? Why is that picture so small? Okay. Congratulations, you're just getting banned. There we go. All right. Enjoy. So, for those of you that are curious, first off, did everyone see the stuff I was showing? Hopefully you all saw that stuff. And then we can kind of go into the and then we can go into like the lore and everything. Looks a lot like the Continental Army. Well, so the artist is actually Damien V. Grimm. Damien's actually on the on the channel or in the Discord. So it does kind of look like the Continental Army, but basically what I was going for was it seems like a lot of Imperial nobles dress in dress whites, whether it's in books or in video footage and whatnot. It seems like a lot of Imperial nobles are in dress white uniforms or a variant of dress whites. So I just took basically what a Commissar looks like and kind of inverted it, where it's white with gold brocade, and then for the storm coat, it's blue, representing the Terran nobility. For Damien's art one, it's that she did blue and red, and whatnot. So that's kind of the goal. But yeah, so that's the definite. That's basically the definite version and all that stuff. Like a Commissar negative. Yeah, basically. Except Terran guardsmen officers are just as fanatic as Commissars are. They're just as spoopy. I'm pretty sure white goes with. Um, I'm pretty sure white goes with some pompous Terran nobles. Yeah, yeah. I mean, basically that's what it is. Francis, don't worry about it. I dealt with it. Francis, look, pal, I'm not going to rehash a conversation I had. Um, I allow. I have adopted the zero tolerance policy of the United States Air Force based on my oath to the United States Air Force and the Constitution, and based my oath as an NCO. If you do not like the fact that I've adopted the zero tolerance policy of the United States Air Force, you can go ahead and see yourself out. Um, that's that. Um, so that is the if you don't understand basic military discipline and basic military um, uh, tradition of establishing zero tolerance policies and enforcing those policies, then I can't help you, my guy. So because I'm active duty Air Force, I represent the Air Force as some level, and because I am an NCO, I take my NCO creed very seriously. So um, the channel, while not a direct reflection uh, of the United States Air Force, is attached to the United States Air Force because I am in the United States Air Force. So again, you can see your way out, or you can accept the fact that I am executing my that I take my oaths very seriously. I'm just going to say this: the UCMJ applies whether I'm off duty or on duty. So again, I'm not going to have this conversation. You can accept what what this channel is about, or you can leave. Those are your options. There's the door. See your way out. All right. Okay. Well, then clearly you didn't understand what the UCMJ is all about. So, uh, thanks for supporting me for the limited time you did. Enjoy. Oh, I'm working on Stormcast Eternals tonight. Great. Good. I'm glad. Alrighty, let's get to painting. Grimnax, or how do I pronounce your username? So I'm not like giving you like three different pronunciations every stream. Is it Grimnexus or Grimnaeus? Grim Nexus. Okay, all right. That's what I thought. So, did you see all the photos I took and put into the chat? By the way, yeah, okay, all right, good. By the way, Primaris Azrael, if you want to put those into work in progress and art gallery, please do so. I really, really want to see your work with Stormcast Eternals. I'm not big into Age of Sigmar, but like the models are so cool. They really are. Oh, you subscribe, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you. If I get into if I get into Age of Sigmar, it would either be for the Sylvaneth or Stasius Skaven. There's no in between. So okay, tell me why. Tell me why those two factions and nothing else. Aesthetic mostly. Okay, all right. Oh, totally get it. It's either magic trees, forest guardians, which are fantastic, or hundreds of murderous rats who would murder you if you had half an uncrustable. As a marine player, Stormcast is an easy. It was an easy transition. I bet. I bet. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what my next bit is gonna be. Like I know I'm gonna do skin tones, but I'm just trying to figure out what. Alrighty. Okay, let's get to it. So, how much do you know about 40k Grim Nexus? Like Faye was singing your praises, so I'm assuming you know a lot. I'm just cackling well at that question. Enough. My old boss and I became best friends. We nerded out over 30, over 40k. Oh no, that's fine. I get it. Like so, like, do you play? Are you like what? Tell me how you like came across it. Like, how long have you been in the hobby? I'm genuinely curious. This isn't me digging at you. I play him massively into the lore. I'm blaming myself for being like that. I'm actually Guy Lam. Well, you got to remember, I've been in the hobby for so long, and a lot of lore has changed. I mean, a lot of lore has changed since. Oh shit! I want to say it's changed. Let's see. In the 20 years that I've been playing, 21 years now that I've been playing, um, the Necrons went from spooky skeleton boys that had no background to undead Egyptian skeletons uh, with actual personalities. Um, Abaddon went to from uh, fail went from like Failbadon, the armless, to someone that's actually dangerous. Um, let's see. Uh, oh God, there's been like so much. Tyranids went from only a few units in the roster to like several units in the roster. Um, the Infinite and Divine is required reading for getting into the lore. I would say yes, but okay, hear me out. Hear me out. So I'm gonna move my camera around. So if anyone gets seasick, I do apologize. And I'm gonna take my headphones off. So if you want to get into 40K reading, okay, and if you're like really curious, and I mean really curious, let me switch the cameras real quick. Oh, you guys are seeing all of my artwork. See, I got that one. That one's from Games Workshop, from the Games Workshop in Cambridge, when they had their 25th celebration. Okay, so, alright, can I angle it a little bit? Oh, come on, work with me. Alright, so, I'm going to have to move my computer a little bit. Okay, just give me a little slack. Alright, so, if anyone wants to start, my dusty Bane blade, I need to finish you. The Terran Duke is more Terran dust. So if anyone wants to get into like the current, all right, good. If anyone wants to get into the current timeline of 40K, right? This is what you need for 10th edition. Fall of Cadia, the Vaults of Terror cities, both the Carrion, Hollow Mountain, and Dark City. The Dark Imperium, Plague War, and Godblight, the Lion, and then Leviathan. The Minx deals with the fall of Cadia, but tangentially, right? The Mina Lynx, the Mika Lynx series. I said Minx. The Mika Lynx series deals with that tangentially. They talk about it, but it's more. It focuses on the remnants of the Cadianites. Oh, you can't hear me. Okay. Try that. Oh man, this is going to be a challenge. Hold on. Okay. So, all right. As I was saying, if you want to start reading the most current series of Warhammer, the new Fulgrim looks cool. Yeah, absolutely. So the most current series of Warhammer. Okay, and this is only part of my collection. The other part is over there in those books. The first bookshelf is all Star Wars. The second the second one is all Horus Heresy, or at least when I stopped collecting. The other two are 40K, and then D&D books, third edition D&D books on the floor. And then we'll do Pupper Cam real quick. There's Pupper Cam. Hi, Yorick. You need to go to sleep, buddy. I know, I'm keeping you up. There's Puppers. Doggo. Yes. Yarick. So, as I was saying, if you want to know a majority of what's happening in the 40K timeline, the fall of Cadia, the Vaults of Terra, you have the Karen Throne, the Dark, the Hollow Mountain, and then the Dark City, and then the Dark City. It's a 3-series book. Then you have the Dark Imperium, the Plague War, and then Godblight, Sons of the Forest, and then Leviathan. Okay? Lion, Son of the Forest, and then Leviathan. If you read these books, right, and then if you read some of the Minka-lesque trilogy, or omnibus, and then this was the most recent one that came out, A Shadow of the Eighth, you'll have a pretty baseline understanding of what's going on in the universe at this particular moment. There are some Chaos books that I would recommend, like Gene Father, which is like the Fabius Bile series, and then for Mechanicus, you want to read about Belisarius Call. But if you want to know about the timeline, these are the books that I would recommend to read first. If you don't necessarily care about timeline, and you are, excuse me, when I put this back. If you don't necessarily care about timeline and just really want a good read, the Eisenhorn series, or Gaunt's Ghosts, is fantastic. Because Gaunt's Ghost and Eisenhorn series started back in like the... Excuse me while I fix this camera real quick. There we go. Started back in like the early 90s, maybe late 90s, sorry. And then it just kind of continued on from there. And you can see how the 40K lore kind of evolved. All right, minis in progress. Ooh, I love those Stormcast. Ooh, I love the color. The teal with gold and silver. Ooh, that's nice. That's really cool. Oh, I like that. And the Griffhound? Oh yeah, no, that's a good painting job. The lion woke up from a turbo nap and started doing what the lion does best. Well, actually, I liked the lion because it was so good. What's the series you recommend reading for us? The Heresy. I would not read The Heresy first. I mean, if you want to go chronologically, you can, but I would not read The Heresy first. The Heresy is like... If you take away all the spin-offs and just read the core books, I think The Heresy is like 50 books strong. Like, if you don't read any of the Primarch spin-off books that talk about the Primarchs and their legions, if you don't read the one-offs, The Heresy is a massive time sink regardless of how much you trim. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. It's insane. But if I had to suggest a book from the Heresy, I would have to say The First Heretic. Yeah, I would too. How many books in total? Oh, I think for the heresy depends. Like, there's so much spin-off. Um, there's so much. I want to say the heresy is like 80 some odd books. And that's all of the main title Horus Heresy books, and then you have each of the Primarch books. You have Fulgrim, 80 or 90. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have Fulgrim, you have Magnus, you have I think every Primarch has their own book. So that's like 19 or 18 right there. There might be a few Primarchs that don't have their books, but I think most of them do. So I wouldn't do the heresy unless you really want to know everything that happened within the 10 years that the war took place. Because that, like, people forget that the Horus Heresy was a short war. It wasn't, like, it wasn't long. It wasn't like the it wasn't like the wars of 40K, where crusades could take hundreds of years to solve. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Horus was trying to brute force it. Yeah. No. 100%. Horus was trying to brute force it. He almost succeeded. Um, I think if he didn't win in a short time, he knew he was screwed. Yeah. No. He almost succeeded. I think what really handicapped him was. Um, I think what handicapped him um, was the issue of I think what handicapped him in totally was the fact that the Dark Mechanicum got stuck in Mars because the Emperor um, did such a good job, like basically pinning in Mars, and the Civil War on Mars basically paused everything. So like the Dark Mechanicum couldn't actually affect the war the way that Horus wanted them to. Um, the the other issue that you have is um, the other issue that you had was you had um, yeah, Perturabo was the only one working towards the goal. Um, um, Lorgar, like literally, the only thing that he did that was successful was basically pinning the Blood Angels, the Dark Angels, and the Ultramarines in the Ruin Storm, like separating them from the rest of the Imperium. Um, um, do you think Motarian is a tragic figure? Not to mention the backstab on Istvan. No, no, yeah. So like there were things that went right for Horus. The problem was is that there were just a few of the key critical players within the Horus Heresy didn't show up at the last minute. Like the Dark Mechanicum was stuck on Mars and couldn't help the 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 traitors, and then um at the end of it, Angron's just a insane, like foaming at the mouth. Angron got shot out of an airlock. Yeah, yeah. So Angron is like insane, foaming at the mouth, all that stuff. Um, Logar is still wanting a personal vendetta. I think really Mortarion is the only, besides Perturabo, was the only one that was like trying to like guide his forces. Um, but then like Fulgrim, another like, and his sons basically, instead of actually attacking Terra at the critical points, um, he went and just fed on Imperial citizenry all throughout Terra. So, like, there wasn't anything. To be fair, Logar did kind of nuke his Jerusalem. I mean, yes, he did. So, like, and then, of course, on top of that, by the end of the heresy, when the Emperor was facing Horus, it wasn't Horus anymore. It was all four Chaos Gods fighting over who gets to be player one. I mean, the guy was nearly crazed with how much like chaos energy he was infusing. Um, I mean, Horus could have turned into something else. Chaos gonna chaos. Yeah, basically, Horus almost turned into something else. I think the only reason why he didn't turn into something else is because Malkador was busy fighting all the Chaos Gods. You know, 4v1. You know, he was soloing the Chaos Gods on the Golden Throne, keeping Terra from getting sucked into the warp because of the collapsed webway experiment. So, you know, I think people forget how close they were, how close the Imperium was to falling, and it really did. Like, had Horus managed to unify all of the traitor legions and their traitor primarchs into that singular goal of killing the Emperor, they would have succeeded. And not only would they have succeeded, but they would have taken back. They would have taken Terra. Um, and that was that. I mean, that's why Abaddon doesn't submit to the Chaos Gods at all. Like, at all. Do you think Mortarion is a tragic figure? He was the only reason why he fully turned to Chaos was out of Sun's first life. So these are the two Chaos Primarchs that I 100% agree with how they fell. Angron, Mortarion, and Logar. Those were the only three that I would say made sense. The other ones, you know, Magnus, I would say, made sense, but like, I don't like the fact that Magnus got duped, quote unquote. Compared how the Emperor treated Angron, of how he treated, like, Vulcan, for instance. No, yeah, 100%. I don't like how Magnus fell because he got duped, basically. Um, like, out and out, the most people that I am sympathetic for is Angron, Mortarion, and not Perturabo, Logar. Those are the three that I would say make the most sense of why they fell. Magnus is, like, kind of secondary, but again, the dude's super smart. I think it's because of the Emperor's ignorance and not educating his sons on what chaos was, is what made him fall. Do I think any of the traitor primarchs have a chance of reconciliation? Which ones had the best? No. All of them are too far gone. All of them are too far gone. Even the clone of Fulgrim, it shows that, like, people, even the clone of Fulgrim show that you can't. Was backed into the core. I feel like he did what he did, even if it sucked. Yeah. I mean, it's like that. It's like that meme. Congratulations, you played yourself. You know, that kind of a deal. Um, so, like it's reasonable why he fell, but I think the out and out people that I would sympathize with more is like, up until the point where the only reason why I think Mortarion fell to chaos is to save his sons. That was it. up until that point, I was like, well, what's Mortarion doing? Mortarion, I don't know why he's becoming a traitor. I just don't. Um, really, Angron and Logar are the only two that, like, if I had to pick two Primarchs, it's those two that I would say they had the most reason. They had the most reason. Um, Shortly after Mortarion, because yes, Mortarion's rebellion failed because the Emperor was like, okay, whatever, like he didn't care. If if Mortarion, or sorry, if the Emperor cared about Angron, if the Emperor cared about Mortarion's rebellion, I think they would have been more. I think they would have been more willing to be loyal, like during the heresy. But okay. Let's get to painting. I know we've been talking for a hot minute, and I've been dealing with trolls literally all throughout the stream. So this painting stream was brought to you by trolls. Yeah, he had no choice thanks to Typhus. Yeah, no, yeah, and Typhus was a douche. I mean, Typhus was a dick. Do I think I'm still trying to think on that answer. Do I think any of the traitor Primarchs have a chance of reconciliation? Which one has the best chance? I don't think any of them will turn loyalist. I just don't. Um, Magnus is too far gone. Angron's too far gone. Perturabo's too far gone. A lot of them, I think, a lot of the heretic Primarchs are just too far gone. Um, Maybe there's a shard of Magnus that's loyal to the Emperor, but as far as I would say, um, yeah, there is a shard of Magnus that's loyal. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. There is a shard that's loyal to the Emperor. I just don't know. I don't know where it is because they never talk about it. They just hint at it, and it's not strong enough to regenerate into a Magnus loyal. Like basically, if all the shards of Magnus were no, from what I understand about 40k, no one gets a happy ending. That's not entirely true. There are people. The largest piece of his soul fragment is passed down to each of the. It's currently inside Calder or Drago. Is it though? Because I thought that got retconned. I thought that got retconned. But anyway, no, there are people that do have happy endings in 40k. It's just few and far between, and you have to have a lot of luck to get that happy ending. Um, Tuska Demon Killer has a happy ending. He's basically fighting in the blood pits of Khorne. Oh, thank you very much, Pat Doob, for joining. Um, yes, Tuska Demon Killer is the happiest boy. He's fighting in the blood pits of Khorne, fighting demons because Khorne loves him so much. He took his entire Wa into the warp, and now he fights demons all day. Um, so that person's happy. Let's see. Uh, if you look at Gaunt's ghosts, the ghosts right now, I'm not trying to spoil the storyline, but the ghosts right now are positioned to get their happy ending. There are a lot of ghosts that didn't get to see that, and there are a lot of people that have been broken by the Sabbat Worlds Crusade to the point where some of them are not just dead but mentally broken. Um, But there are people that are positioned within Gaunt's regiment and his ghosts, the Tanith First, that actually are in a happy place. Happy place for being guardsmen. Again, I'm not going to spoil the storyline, but there are a few. Those guys that discovered a new knife and got a planet apiece and retired. Yes. Well, it's not just a knife. Like, people forget, it's not a knife. It was a combat knife that could be used by the Astartes. Like the Astartes combat knife, they found that STC. So yeah, they retired. They're happy. Which shows how much of it. Which shows how important an STC is. Big boy knife. Yeah, yeah. Well, when people tell the story, they're like, "Oh, it's just a knife." I'm like, "No, it's not just a knife. That STC is for the Astartes." Gilliman wishes he could retire. Gilliman wishes a lot of things. Gilliman wished he was dead at one point. When he got resurrected, he wished he died. um, Put me back in the box. Yeah, basically. I mean, to quote him, he literally said, "Would it have not been better that we would have burned in the fires of Horus's ambition than to live in these dark times?" I mean, if you say that, and you're just like, "Oh my God." Like, everyone gives Rabute Gilliman shit. The man has his work cut out for him. My God, does he have his work cut out for him. Dante wishes he could die. Dante begs for... That man is 1,000 years old. Dante wishes for the sweet release of death. He knows for a fact that if Big E could do it, anything but shriek into the psychic void, he would go on another crusade. Yeah, no, exactly. Like the only thing I think keeping GW did have a Kane release. Um, GW had a Kane release, and they did have a Gaunt's Ghost release. The Kane release was a limited edition pewter metal model black library release of Kane doing the Hero of the Imperium stand, where he's got the flag, the Imperial flag in one hand and the chainsword in the other, and then he's got Jurgen with the meltagun, like next to his side or something to that extent. Or maybe it's a Lasgun, I can't remember, but it was released back in like the 90s, I want to say. Can you play him? No, you can't play him. It was a diorama. Yeah, and I found the picture. And I'll share it. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, anyway. Okay, let's get to it. So, for those of you that are curious on how to paint, can you find them for sale? Ooh. That is, if you do, it's on eBay and it'll be a horrendously marked up price. Like you'll be basically paying. I bet no one wants to sell him. There are a few that do, and it'll be a very old model, and I don't know the quality because the one thing about pewter models is that they don't really age well. Um, Plastic models do a little bit better. Older plastic models do a little bit better, but some of the pewter metal models don't age well. That's the unfortunate part. How many Dark Angels do you have, Grim Nexus? We need a plastic one. Uh, yeah, we probably. Well, honestly, I wish they brought back Yarrick. I'm so mad that they killed him off, especially off camera. About 500 points built with another 1,500 on sprues. Yeah, my wife actually collected Dark Angels back in 6th and 7th edition. Um, don't they care about money? They do. I'm not mad about Yark dying. I'm not so like Yark dying. That's fine. I just don't like how they killed him off camera. You know the that cage match between Gaz and Angron is going to be legendary. Yeah, but they haven't done anything about it. That's the problem. That's the fucking problem. So that's why I'm mad that Yarick died. Is because one, they killed him off camera. Gaz is going to spawn camp that man. And then two, um, uh, there wasn't like there wasn't like a model to replace him basically. Um, I mean there was they gave us a Lord Solar that replaced basically Lord Solar Macarius, which is fine, but like there wasn't a build up to it, if that makes any sense. Like there wasn't like this grand build up of like Yarrick dying with his boots on, kind of a deal. They just were like, "Oh yeah, Yarrick died off camera and we don't know how he died. We think it was Angron." You know, the Lord Solar looks so odd. Um it's because of the Cyber Steed. That's basically it. Uh Because if you look at the old Lord Solar Macarius model, it fits the vibe. It's the Cyber Steed that does. And no one really likes him. No, people like him. I mean, his stats are pretty damn good. His bubble buffs are interesting. But I wish they would have made. I don't know. I wish they would have done a book about him. So that way I could read about him. And then I could make. Like, the rules are the rules, right? It's whatever. Um, you know, Slightly underwhelming, but his aura abilities are pretty interesting. Um, but yeah, Krieg Horseman is the true Chad Horseman, not the Lord Solar. Oh man, I can't wait. I have a bunch of Forge World Krieg models. I can't wait to get the new Krieg plastics, but I got to work through these first, which means I got to focus on actually painting instead of talking about lore. Blah. Do you decorate your Do you use your bits to decorate your bases? Yes and no. If they're large enough bases, thinking about the wasted potential of what? Of the Lord Solar or of Yarick? Or of the fact that Gaz and Yarick haven't had their like Hell in the Cell cage match? Of everything. Oh, well, do you want to talk about it? Like, if something's bothering you, man, like, I love talking about lore and whatnot, but if you need to just, like, oh, you're talking about GW. Yeah, man, they drop the ball more than they pick it up. They do, and so one of the major plot points that I really want them to focus on is they introduced a whole new faction of Eldari called the Yanid, or sorry, the Yanari and Yanid, and they haven't touched it since the Gathering Storm, since the fall of Cadia. They haven't touched it since 8th edition. That storyline's been in basically free fall. I've done absolutely nothing with them. Yeah, no, I know. Um, another storyline that's kind of frozen right now is the storyline between um, Imhotep the Stormlord and the Silent King, because Imhotep hates the Silent King, um, and he wants nothing to do with the Silent King, and Zarek wants Imhotep to bend the knee again. Um, Yvraine, and she's not really like, I know the fandom ships Yvraine and Gilliman, uh, but in reality, Yvraine doesn't. Like, she only resurrected Gilliman for expediency. She was literally testing proof of concept in order to make you need. Like, that's what she was. Like, the resurrection of Gilliman was basically a proof of concept test. She was like, if I can resurrect a literal Primarch of another race, then I can resurrect. Then I can. I know I have enough power to resurrect Eldari. And that was it. And then Gilliman sort of trusts the Eldari, but it's more like allies of convenience. Because remember, the galaxy's ripped in two. And the the uh, the Eldari allow Imperial forces to use some of the webway stuff. In some instances, instead of the warp. And that's really it. Is Yvraine like a chosen one of the goddess of life? No, she is not the chosen one of the goddess of life. She is the chosen of the god of death, which is Yanid. Um, Isha is the Eldari goddess of life, and she's currently being captured by Nurgle. Yeah. Um, let's see. What's another plot point that's been frozen so far? I mean, I know the Emperor's Children is going to be introduced, so they'll probably unfreeze a lot of their plot points. So I'm excited about that. Um, which one's Lilith? Lilith is the pit fighter of Commissar. Lilith Hesperex. I'm not familiar with the space elf lore. Yeah, it's fine. Lilith Hesperex was like the premier pit fighter within the pits of Commissar, and then Yanid just kind of showed up as part of like the. Oh, she was always in the background, but she didn't boast like Lilith did. You know, that kind of a deal. The mess up thing with Nurgle is that he generally loves Isha, but the way that he shows it is he loves with the plagues and pestilence. Yeah, yeah, that was the only reason why. I mean, he does love Isha, but the but he only loves Isha to the point of testing his plagues and pestilence. Like, she's the. We can all agree that Eldari are humans with just pointy ears. Actually, if you want to get into the deep, deep lore, I have one of the old inquisitorial xenobiologist books. They actually do dissect an Eldari, and they talk about like the difference between Eldari and humans. Um, there's pictures and everything. Um, the worst possible fate is being taken alive by a Dark Eldar. Yes and no. There are a lot worse, but that one's pretty up there. I mean, if you were taken away by the Chaos Marines, your life is pretty much terrible too. Depending on which Chaos Marines you're being taken by. World Eaters, you're dead. But Word Bearers or the um, Death Guard, your death is going to come very, very slowly. You're either going to get shoved into a sacrificial pit, turned into a demon host, or just suffer from plague until you die. Or get turned into a poxwalker, which that's a fate worse than death, too. Um, it's slow and eventually over slash. That's hell, but eventually it's over. Slanesh, I don't know, because they'll. I'll be real. The only race I care about, assumedly, has the least lore to my knowledge, and that's the Tyranid. Uh, since my knowledge of Tyranid is so Tyranid, I don't want them to explain the Tyranid anymore. I really don't, because the Tyranid are supposed to just be this uncaring, unknowing, unfeeling organism that just eats, right? That all they do is eat biomass and then go, like, they're supposed to be locusts. They're supposed to be unknowable. Um, I don't want them to like explain the Tyranid any further. I don't want them to go into like if there is multiple hive minds or a singular hive mind. I don't want them to explain the Nord queens any more than they already have. I don't want them to explain the you know if Tyranids have independent thought. Like the only one person that managed to survive contact with Tyranids, and he got from it that it frickin' hates us. Yeah, well, that's Tigurius. That's Tigurius, the chapter librarian for the Ultramarines. Um, I like Inquisitor Cripman because his idea, and he was kind of right, unfortunately, which is makes it really sad. His idea was to make a fire break, which is basically I am going to exterminatus a line of planets to starve the Tyranids out and make basically a quote unquote fire break across the galaxy, so that way the Tyranids stop at this point. Unfortunately, he forgot that space is is 3 dimensional, and he didn't know that the hive was going up up through the core and all that stuff. Like the Tyranid hive is not just going spinward and rimward, they're going coreward too. It's like getting enveloped. Ah, yes, Cripman, the man who was banned from the Inquisition for being too extreme. Well, there are a lot of Inquisitors that get excommunicated traitores. Um, there are a lot of Inquisitors that do. That get banned. Cripman, Quixos, um, Eisenhorn at certain points, Ravener at certain points. Um, there are Inquisitors that go crazy. I mean, because the do the gods also help the Dark Eldar? The Dark Eldar have no gods. Um, yeah, the Dark Eldar have no gods. I mean, they do, but they don't. So there are some Dark Eldar that do worship Cain. Oh, let me dismiss that real quick. That do worship Kalamancha Cain. Um, but they worship him tangentially. Their main quote-unquote compact is with, yeah, exactly, Grimnexus got it in one, is with Slaanesh. Basically, the deal is that they torture, mutilate, abuse, and do all kinds of nasty things to other creatures in order to stave off the soul drain from Slaanesh. That's it. Because once a Dark Eldar does actually die, Slaanesh takes their soul. And the Eldar gods, the ones that are still left, which is Kegarak and shards of Kalem and Chicane, they're too weak to intercede on behalf of Slaanesh. Sees what they're doing, like, holy shit, y'all keep doing, keep that shit up. I'm gonna get you one day, though. Like Kegarak is basically hiding from Slaanesh. Caleb and Chicane is in shards, and Slaanesh can't get at Isha because Nurgle's protecting her, basically. What's your thoughts on fantasy? I own Ogre Kingdoms and Dark Elves. Sorry if off topic. Love 40K. No, Sammy Snyder. I appreciate you asking the question. I think that the designs are cool. I like the Dark Elves and the Ogre Kingdoms. But my has tried though really really hard. Yo, yeah, no, 100%. But the only two instances of Nurgle being wounded by external forces is when I think it was Craftworld Iyanden, the Ghost Eldar, went into the Chaos Realms, into Nurgle's Garden, and began to fuck up House. And then, of course, when the Emperor, through Guilliman, burned some of Nurgle's Garden. Those are the only two instances where Nurgle actually, quote-unquote, lost. Not lost enough, but lost enough to hurt, basically. But yeah, for fantasy, I love the Empire of Man. But yeah, Ogre Kingdoms is great, and the Dark Elves are great. I like both stuff. But yeah, fantasy's cool. I just like the Empire of Man because I like the Imperium. I like the Imperial Guard and the Empire of Man because it's just human beings fighting for survival, but fighting, fighting for survival, but also fighting things so powerful that it's like, oh well, they can't stand a chance, and yet they still kick ass. And the God Emperor is becoming a true god. So we better hope not. So there's three ways that the Emperor ascends to godhood. The first is he dies, just straight out dies, and he becomes either the Dark King, or because everyone has worshipped him as the God Emperor, he becomes the thing that he hates, which is the God Emperor of Man, right? Which is an actual deity of God, or which is the actual deity of the Imperium. So there's the Dark King, the actual God Emperor, where the Imperium thinks that he's the God Emperor, where the Imperium attributes the actual because of all the prayers and whatnot. Or the third way is that he splits. And you have the God Emperor that the Imperium worships, and then you have the God Emperor that is the God Emperor. That's why whenever he's been eating psychers for 10,000 years. No, he has. But that's why the Emperor is so fragmented when Guilliman talks Oh, that's just the energy bill. Psyker souls keep the lights on. Yeah, 100%. But that's what I'm saying. That's why the Emperor, when Gilliman talks to the Emperor in Plague War, and they hint at it in the Carrion Throne, that's why he's so fragmented. Because, again, if you believe, if you can affect the warp through faith and belief, it becomes basically a nascent chaos god. So the only army in the group play that we don't have is Beastmen. Everyone else has 2,500 points or more. Oh, well, that's cool. That's a lot. But as I was saying, the only thing that keeps that basically the reason why the Emperor is turning into a quote unquote chaos god is because he's had prayers for 10,000 years given to him. And no, Malcador's gone. Malcador's gone. Malcador's gone. Sanguinius is gone, and Fulgrim, or not Fulgrim, Ferrus Manus is gone. And the reason why Malcador is gone is because he spent even though he's a perpetual, the Sigillite basically spent all of his energy, soul, mental, physical, psychic, and soul, in order to Ferrus Manus used to have a good header, so that's so terrible. So like there's 5 people that are not coming back. Ferrus Manus, Sanguinius, Malcador, Horus, and Conrad Kurz. Those 5. Everyone else can be revived. Oh, obviously the Emperor, right? The Emperor's not going to come back as the Emperor. If he does come back as the Emperor, things have gone to hell. And the Emperor is going to not only have to fight the 4 Chaos Gods, but he's going to have to fight the version of himself that either becomes the Dark King or the God of the Imperium. And that's going to be a whole mess. Because again, the Emperor is so fractured, the actual God Emperor, the one that hated religion and hated what it stands for and hated worship, is going to fight tooth and nail to prevent himself from ascending to godhood the way that the Imperium, the ecclesiarchy, dictates that he is. So, yeah. Ferrus Manus used to have a good head on his shoulders. I think Sanguinius could technically come back, though. The Sanguinor, through the Sanguinor, as long as his soul's intact. It's not intact, though. It would take some doing. Yeah, but it's not intact. And the reason why I say Sanguinius is never going to come back is because his soul is on the Vengeful Spirit. And it's being tortured by the Vengeful Spirit. There's no... Isn't there a weird theory that Karl Franz is the Emperor? I like to think that he's the avatar of man. So, Sammy, way back when... This Commissar Hecht is a Sanguinius hater because he's bald, technically. No, I'm not a Sanguinius hater. I just, because I know a lot of the lore of Sanguinius, if Games Workshop brings him back, I'm not going to like it. I'm just not. There's no way to explain Sanguinius becoming resurrecting that would satisfy me. And I'm being genuinely honest. But anyway, back to the question. Way back when, when we talk about like the iceberg of lore of Warhammer in general, there used to be a thing where people were like, "Oh, Warhammer Fantasy is on a planet within the Warhammer 40K realm because the Warhammer 40K because Warhammer Fantasy um uh because Warhammer Fantasy has the same chaos gods and they deal in the same issues that Warhammer 40K does. So basically people thought that Warhammer Fantasy was just a planet fighting in the Warhammer 40K world. And it was kind of loosely, like people could make that connection. And there was a rumor at one point that you could take a Space Marine and put it into an Empire army and take a Chaos Space Marine and put it into a Chaos army. That was that. And that was like back in like the early 80s to mid 90s that rumor was going around. But no, the Karl Franz is just Karl Franz. The Emperor, the God Emperor of Man is just the God Emperor of Man. There's no relation. It's just the Chaos Gods happen to exist in multiverse status, basically. That's fair. At least the way Robot Gorilla Man and the Lion came back made sense. Yeah, I mean, again, it's any Primarch that comes back, it has to make sense because if they're gearing for Horus Heresy Part 2 Electric Boogaloo, the Primarchs that return have to make. Same with Gork and Mork. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, things were making sense. I could see why people thought that at that time. But Games Workshop, I think, came out in like 2005 or 2007 with basically definitive no, they're two separate realms. They settled that dispute, basically. But anyway, yeah, basically, if they're setting up for part, Horus Heresy Part 2 Electric Boogaloo, the Primarchs that are either in stasis or are injured or whatever the case is, they got to come back and it makes sense, right? I would love to see Demon Primarch, Loyalist Demon Primarch Corvus Corax. Oh, I would love to see that model. Oh, it would look so sick. Oh, I really, 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 really want to see that. Lehman Russ, Dorn, Vulcan, and Jagatai Corvus would come back. Good old Crow. Yes, good old Crow. Corvus Corax. Crow. Good old Raven. But yeah, I would really love to see a Demon Primarch version of Corvus Corax that's loyal to the Emperor. Oh, that'd be sick. Oh, that'd be so sick. Lehman Russ, we think he's in the webway somewhere. Well, Jagatai Khan is in the webway somewhere. Lehman Russ, we don't know where he is. Dorn, we don't know where he is. Vulcan is reconstituting somewhere. And then Corvus Corvax, we know, is in the warp, making Logar's life a absolute living hell. Honestly, if Fulgrim coming back active, who'd better to deal with him with the Khan? I've noticed that all the Traitor Primarchs don't have last names, but the Loyalists do. Is that a running gag? No. All the Traitor Primarchs. Can I get your opinion on Discord thing? I need a tiebreaker. Of course. Ooh. That is a tough, tough call. What are you thinking, Faye? Like I know you're having a hard time thinking or seeing, figuring it out, but uh, Faye's messaging me in Discord for something. That is a tough call. I'm leaning towards human flesh tone only because I think it would look better. But let me look at the model real quick again. Can I get a zoom in picture of the box art? Oh yeah, I can. Hold on. Open in browser. That's tough. The way she's set up, I'd go robot. But the human flesh tones is good too. I'm gonna lean towards robot. I'm gonna swing towards robot. Put my thumb on the scale on that one. But if the model's modular, I would do both. I would set up both. If it's not modular, I would I would do robot. I could replace it, but I think I have to commit. Okay, I would do robot. I would do robot. Yeah, I think the way that it's set up, I would do robot. I think that would look better. Flesh tone's cool, don't get me wrong, but I think I would do robot. Are you planning on painting it? Because if you're planning on painting it, I would then do flesh tone. But if you're not planning on painting it, I'd do robot because that's the easiest bit. I'm sorry if I'm not giving you like a clear answer. And no, I don't do. Okay, then robot it is. I'm not down that rabbit hole yet. Okay, yeah, robot it is. I would do yet. Yeah, I would do robot. I would do robot. If you're not going to paint, I would do robot because it's already a pre-established paint. It's already a pre-established color on the sprue. Um, I would do robot. That's what I would do. Because flesh tone would make it look nice. Yeah, I think it would offset it nicely. But if you're not going to paint him, yeah, I'm just thrilled that they got into plastic models. Oh yeah, no, Faye's amazing. Faye's great. It's lovely that they're getting into plastic models. Uh, yeah, that's. I was about to answer that. So Vashtor is trying to become the fifth Chaos God. Um, Basically, he's trying to become the Chaos God of innovation and technology. Um, because because the thing about Chaos Gods is that their powers are very singular. Um, they're trying to own a realm within the warp that no other creature can control, which is why Khorne doesn't like Slaanesh, because Slaanesh likes bloodletting, but they do it for the sport of it, not for the honor of it. Um, Tzeentch loves change, but hates Nurgle because Nurgle believes in decay. And while decay is a necessary part of change, it is not change for change's sake. It is, they believe in cycles versus, well, Tzeentch believes in, or Tzeentch believes in change for change's sake, not necessarily cyclical change. You know, Khorne and Nurgle hate each other because Khorne believes in an honorable death where you die and that's it. Your skull is forever imbued onto the throne. Nurgle doesn't want death to happen. Nurgle wants death to happen, but then you be reborn. Khorne doesn't really believe in resurrection unless you're a really, really good fighter. And you prove to him that you're worthy of resurrection. So, like each of the Chaos Gods kind of share adjacent realms, but they have very particular realms that they want. And Vashtor is trying to take the realm of technology and innovation because that's not necessarily have been claimed by anybody just yet. He'd be in direct confrontation with Tzeentch because Tzeentch believes in knowledge and inspiration, but not technology. Whereas Vashtor is strictly technology and inspiration. So that the great game would be divided into 5 instead of. Khorne does bring back Angron because he's a jerk. Angron just wants to die. No, Khorne brings back Angron because Angron is his greatest fighter. Yeah, he's not going to let his favorite toy get off easy. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Khorne wanted Sanguinius to begin with, but Sanguinius was uncorruptible, basically. He wanted Dorn or Sanguinius, and both of them were uncorruptible. So he had to settle for the door prize, which was Angron, which wasn't really much of a door prize because Angron just gets the work done. But yeah, the Great Game right now is divided equally into 4. If you have a 5th Chaos God, then the Great Game gets a little bit more spicy. And then if you have the 6th Chaos God, which would be the Emperor or the Dark King, depending on which version of the Emperor it is, that is basically, the Great Game would basically be completely thrown out of whack. There's Malice too. The reason why Malice is not included into the Great Game is because, literally of copyright. Because Malice and Malar, both versions of the orcs are all orcs. Yeah, that's true. Because Malice and Malar were developed outside of the Games Workshop IP back in the 80s, 90s, they can't use Malice and Malar. That is when Games Workshop really started to pivot away from using commonplaced terms and developing co-developing bits of storyline that were either taken from other IPs or were developed outside of the Games Workshop IP but then used in the Games Workshop IP. So that's why you have the name now for the Imperial Guard, Astra Militarum. That's why you now have, instead of the Adeptus Arbites in Necromunda. Now they're called the Palatine Enforcers. You still have RBDs, but they're less. While they have the Judge Dredd aesthetic, they're more independent of Judge Dredd. You have the Inquisition's gone through a lot of changes since its inception. They've moved a lot of things away from commonplace terminology into 40K terminology and IP protected terminology because Games Workshop in the past has had those issues with people saying, "Oh, hey, I want to work with you," and then they have a falling out, and they're like, "Well, you can no longer use the IP that I developed for you," and that's basically why Malice and Malar will never become Chaos Gods, official Chaos Gods. They're hinted, certainly, but that's what happens when you have spats like that. I'll still call them guards. Astra Militarum isn't cool enough. Yeah, I'll call them Imperial Guard too. But the reason why Games Workshop really started moving towards Adeptus Sororitas, Adeptus Arbites, the Adeptus Mechanicus, all that stuff is they could easily copyright it and say that it's their version, or say that it's protected. So many name changes. Yeah, it is. Okay. That's why they're called orcs and not orcs. Yeah, 100%. That's why they're called orcs and not orcs. They used to be just called space orcs, but now they're just called orcs with a K. But that's also primarily a nod to Tolkien, because Tolkien wanted to call the orcs in Lord of the Rings ORK after the Germanic version of it, instead of ORC, which is what the Anglo-Saxon version is based off of. Have I not Cronan the Cunning, the orkiest of all orcs? I'm sorry, I did not see this until just now. No, I have not. I have not heard of Cronan the Cunning. Please regale me of his tale. I feel like all the old orc names shouldn't be copyrighted. Nice call out. Again, I'm sorry, I didn't. I didn't see your comment until just now, so I do apologize. So sorry, Sammy Snyder. I feel like old names like orcs shouldn't be copyrighted. It's a part of history. Yes and no. Orcs, elves, orcs, dwarfs, and gnomes, goblins. There's one other race, Fae. So those six. Yes, they are folklore, but the depictions of them have changed. Or halflings, the depictions of them have changed. An elf used to be any sort of an elf used to be any sort of forest spirit. A Fae was a particular forest spirit, particularly in Ireland. That's where a lot of the Fae stuff comes from. Orcs were, depending on who you talked to, were either Germanic in nature, Saxon in nature, Franco-Saxon, or Anglo-Saxon in nature. So their depictions changed a little bit. But goblins were somewhat similar to orcs in that state. Trolls were obviously Scandinavian. But it wasn't until Tolkien basically put them and described them together in The Lord of the Rings and in The Hobbit and kind of quote unquote canonized the versions that we know and love today into the fantasy setting. I mean, for God's sakes, we're playing on Tolkien's playground, and the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. Hold on, Hobbit published. Yeah, 1937. We've been playing in Tolkien's playground for almost 100 years now. Okay, and if you do the Lord of the Rings, yeah, that's almost 80 years. You know, the Lord of the Rings were published in 54. So, and the Silmarillion was published in 1977. So a lot of what we see when it comes to fantasy is basically um, Tolkien's playground. So there's that, right? All right. Now I'm going to paint. We've been talking and I love the fact that we've been talking for quite a while, but we've been talking for 2 hours. And I need to focus on painting. Oh, speak for yourself, pal. I hate those green. I'm a guard player after all. Oh yeah. Should Tolkien's playground die since he's gone now? No. No. It will never die. It will never happen. Am I too loud? Oh, is the lights? Okay, I'll turn off the lights when you go home. Or sorry, go to bed. Wesley JC, hi. Yeah, Tolkien's playground should never, ever, ever disappear. I mean, it was built by Tolkien, and then it was built by Gary Gygax. And then what else? Thank you for the follow. They don't deserve it. No, his grandchildren care about it. The Tolkien estate cares about it. It's not about money for them. Probably shouldn't share links through the chat. Sorry. Oh, hold on. Oh, you probably got hit blocked. My bad. Hold on. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. You got blocked. Watching someone paint minis while I paint my own. Well, so far we haven't done painting. We've been talking. We've been really lore deep. Oh, let me turn off the light so my wife can sleep real quick. 2 seconds, guys. Let's see. Hold on. I'll be the mod that blocks this. You can blame me. I requested minis that have background noise for my model kit and got invited to 40K nerd. No, I appreciate it. 100%. No, Joker. They were trying to share a book. And the Autobot spam caught it. Sammy Snyder on YouTube. Just if you want to share something, be a part of the Discord. And then you go. Oh, speaking of which, now that I've got all of you here, if you want to, we love the lore, so it's all good. Yeah. So if you actually want, we're gonna be planning a what's called a Mystery Science Theater 3000 night, where if you're part of the Discord community, I stream a movie, and it's just for the Discord community, and it's a bad, schlocky, sci-fi, monster mash movie, all that stuff, whatever, and we riff on it, and we just make stupid comments, right? Last time we did It Exists, and we did, what's the Discord? Well, hold on. And we did Dog Soldiers, and we just kind of riffed on that. It was fantastic. It was hilarious. We had good fun. So the next one we want to do. Oh, hold on, let me see what's up on the menu for the Discord. That's up for the menu for the MS3TK night. So, for MS3TK night, for next one, and I think we're going to do this New Year's Eve, and I might do a 24-hour stream that day, but it all depends on what my wife may or may not like, because the girls are still out of school, so I may postpone that, but we might just do a regular stream for the movie night. We have Them, which is a atomic bug movie. We have Forbidden Planet, that was 1960. We have The Lost Skeleton of Cadavra, and then we have Plan 9 from Outer Space. And that's what we've got so far for the Mystery Science Theater tonight. So that's what we got for Mystery Science Theater tonight. And like I said, and I also do movie nights for. We did movie nights. Can I show you some of the minis? Yes, in Minis Works in Progress or in Art Gallery. Those are the only two. I'm surprised you don't really allow Joy Toy to use their IP. Yeah, but it's their models. So there's no like. Basically, Games Workshop wants to promote more of 40K and my minis. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Ein Minuten bitte. I think they're in some of them. Hold on. I think I did share some of them a while back. No, it's too big. It's too large. progress. I think I did. I think I did share some of them. It's been a while. Maybe I haven't. Hold on. I gotta look. Media. Oh yeah, yeah. If you scroll up, if you search in the media, they're just novelty. Yeah, they really are. I mean, they're cool. Don't get me wrong. They are cool. But yeah, the scale's too big. I'm gonna sub on YouTube, ironically, because I found you on YouTube first. Oh, that's fine. I appreciate you. If Commissar Hecht was a miniature, what would your stats be and rules? Honestly, I'd just be a Commissar. That's it. There wouldn't be anything spectacular. Like, don't get me wrong, I would love to have like some badass rules. But I'd just be a Commissar. Um, I think if I was to have a rule, it would be harsh. It would be harsh but fair, and um, the boulder. Those would be the two rules. So harsh but fair is basically like stern discipline, where uh, it'd be similar to summary execution, but you would instead of like removing a model, you could ignore like a wound, um, and you could pass a save, something like that, and then or no, the boulder would be, yeah, stubborn as the boulder. You could ignore a wound. You could ignore like one wound. Doesn't matter the wound. It'd be like a feel no pain or whatnot, but you can just ignore one wound, and it'd be like once per game, right? Stubborn as a boulder. And then the other one, I think it would be harsh but fair, would be like um, similar to summary execution, but you could instead of instead of um, instead of just like killing the officer, you then or killing the sergeant or whatever the case may be, you then uh, give, I don't know, you give like a bonus outside of like the morale boost or all that stuff. I think that would be my rules. But anyway, yeah, because I mean the boulder was my nickname. Zombie hype. What minis are you working on? I'm working on Imperial Guard minis. I'm working on Imperial Guardsmen from Terra. So that's the hold on. That's the paint scheme right now. He's working on Tau. So all right. Okay. All right. Now we get into the actual painting. I love Gundams, so Tau are just a great fit. Tau really are a great. They really do scratch a certain aesthetic. I will have to say, I do like their mech suits. Um, I will say it was funny. At one point, there was a Tau mech build that was like, it was all plasmas, but like, or sorry, it was like a plasma railgun build. Um, and the plasma railgun build was so, no, it was an ion cannon build. It was an ion cannon build, and the Tau had like three ion cannons on the battle suit. But the problem was that the ion cannon was considered an unreliable weapon, it was considered hazardous. So like if the Tau player rolled like 3 1s, that suit was gone. It blew up. And there was one Tau. My buddy Tom used to play Tau, and he had that build because it was a dangerous build. Um, and he had that build, and on turn one, the opening salvo of that rail cannon Tau suit, he rolled 3 1s, and the Tau suit blew up. And this was when blowing up had like a area effect, and he rolled a D6, and it was 6 inches, and it was in the middle of one of his Tau gun lines. So that entire unit was destroyed. I didn't even have to launch a single shell into that Tau unit. He was so angry. I was laughing so hard. The most funniest incident with the Tau. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. Yeah. Farsight is no longer a part of the Tau Empire. Farsight is basically their version of Horus, but in a very limited way. Oh, that's another story. That's another storyline that they haven't what's it called? They haven't really expanded on is the civil war that the Tau are kind of fighting, kind of not fighting between the Farsight enclaves and the regular Tau Empire. It's like they're frenemies. Sharp Focus 3. I'm pretty new to Warhammer. I was wondering if you could help me understand how saving throws work. It depends on the saving throw. Uh, but basically, how a saving throw works is you take whatever it requires, whether it's a d6, 2d6, um, and you roll whatever you roll whatever the saving throw is. So for if it's an armor saving throw, you roll either the number or above. So if it's a +3, you roll a 3 or higher on your d6, and then that wound doesn't affect your model. If the weapon has a negative modifier, for example, we'll take +3, and it's a -1 to that modifier, then you need a 4 5 or 6 to ignore that wound. If it's -2, then you need a 5 or 6. If it's -3, you need a 6. There were, at one point, I don't know, it's been a while since I played a game, but I believe leadership, you needed 2d6, and you needed to make the leadership check. I think leadership is still 2d6, and that's not necessarily a saving throw anymore. That's more of if the unit is combat effective and can take objectives, unless there's no armor saves allowed. Right. Well, so in 40K you have 3 separate saves. You have your armor save, you have your invul save, and you have your feel no pain save. Armor save only works is that if the weapon allows you to have an armor save. Remember, -1, 2, 3, whatever. Depending on your armor, if your armor is a 6 up and you're facing a -1 weapon, you don't get an armor save. An invul save, substitute an armor save if your armor save is weaker than the invul save. Most invul saves are 4 ups, 4 or 5 ups. Some might be 6 ups. A super rare to have that. Yeah. A feel no pain save is either a 5 or 6. There are 4 ups, but I've never seen a model with a 4 up, but I've heard of it. And feel no pain is basically, it doesn't matter that you've got shot, and it doesn't matter that you've got wounded. You just don't care. Death Guard have feel no pain. Certain Sisters of Battle units have feel no pain. Yeah, unless you're Makari, he has a 2-up feel no pain. Yeah, I know. There are other models with different modifiers, but I mean in general, that's what you're going to run into. So you still use a d6, and you still, depending on what your model has for an invul save, for their armor save, invul save, feel no pain save, that's what you have. There are skills to modify it, or stratagems to modify it, but other than that, if all you have is an armor save, that's all you get is an armor save. Depending on what that stuff. And Shadow Sun might leave because she causes all the Tau Goddess stuff. The Tau God is something different. Don't we shouldn't. God, there's so much that Games Workshop is like hinting to, that they it's a shiny magic carp. There's so much that Games Workshop is hinting to, but they haven't expanded upon. Makari has a +2 invul save, not feel no pain. Humans are always creating gods. Jeez, yeah. Come on, guys. Well, regardless, so that's basically the long and short of of what armor saves are. And leadership checks. Leadership checks are a save, but it doesn't. It basically, if your leadership fails, it means that your unit can no longer capture objectives. That's about it. Unless you use a stratagem like insane bravery, or I believe, imagine the Gene Stealer cults create their own god. I mean, the Four-Armed Emperor is technically their god, but I don't think there's enough of them. And because the Tyranid are the Tyranid, they affect the warp in such a way that even if there was mass worship of the Tyranid, they wouldn't. A Chaos God would not be created from the Tyranid. So I think we're safe from a eighth Chaos God. Unbreakable, immune to psychic comes to mind on abilities. Yeah, I mean there are those, but like as far as like armor saves or any other real save goes, they're unless they're actually stated in the unit profile or a stratagem, there really isn't much complication when it comes to the save. And we got 10 people watching right now, which is lovely, and I want to thank everyone that's joining. Um, as a reminder, I am streaming for charity at all points in time, so let me thank you very much for the follow. So let me explain the charity real quick. So I'm a part of the UNHCR's fundraising campaign, and basically what the UNHCR is, it's the UN's High Commission for Refugees. And basically, their job is to save lives and protect the rights to build a better future for people that are forced to flee their homes. They work in over 130 countries, providing emergency and ongoing support to refugees and internally displaced and stateless people, many of whom have no one left to turn. What they provide is food, shelter, water, medicine, comfort, a place free from persecution and tyranny. Um, you know, I don't need to remind you guys how terrible right now kind of the world is at the moment, with the stuff going on in Israel, with the stuff going on in Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Somalia, Djibouti, other conflict zones around the world. I mean, Sudan is, that's a war that's raging. Um, uh, you know, Jordan has taken on a lot of refugees and whatnot. So the UNHCR is a UN led mission to help support those countries that are providing uh, a safe future for those refugees. So I'm going to link the donation in the description. Again, if you cannot donate, you are not obligated to donate. It would be nice if you did. But if you can't donate, what you can do is share this stream, support, um, share the stream, support the channel, okay, support the funding for the channel, right? Or support the, like, share the channel, share the stream, share share my socials, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff. That's where you can do it for free, right? That's free. You can support my work wherever you find it. You can join the Discord, and you can donate. You can help support it that way. You don't need to donate. If you donate subscribers or bits, remember that Bezos takes like Twitch takes 50% of all bits, and I think they take half of the subscribership for the memberships. But if you do subscribe, whatever money I do make, I donate directly to the charity itself. The Air Force pays my bills, seeing as I'm active duty, and I am just trying to make sure that these people get the help that they need. And if you see, or not there, sorry, I forget that the camera's flipped. There's the goal: is $5,000 to do the refugee missions. I really want to end the campaign on a high note and try and get as much as possible. So again, no pressure. If you can, thank you, Green Illidan. If you cannot donate, no pressure. I would love it if you did. And every stream that I do, every live stream that I do, every painting session I do is for charity. But you don't have to. Okay? Simple as that. Anyway, that's that. Thank you for your service. Let me tell you, I love being in the Air Force. It has been an experience, and I could talk about the Air Force another time. But you don't necessarily have to venerate me because I'm in the military. I appreciate the sentiment. My request is that if you feel obligated to do something and thanking me for my service, just do good. Go out into the world and do as much good as you can where you can. Take the opportunity to become greater than yourself. To do something greater than yourself. That is probably the best way you can thank me. Is being an advocate for somebody that has no voice. Being an advocate for somebody that needs advocating. Okay? Whether it's helping disenfranchised people, whether it's helping your local community, whether it's helping the ecological aspects of your life, what have you, the environment, whether it's helping in your local school system, what have you. Do that. And that is the way you can thank me. Because at the end of the day, we're all in this together, and we can only get better if we collectively dedicate a part of ourselves to the greater whole, right? To making the world better than when we came into it. And that's how, if you want to thank me, that is how I request that you thank me. You can just say thank me for my service and all that stuff, and go about your day. And I will say thank you very much. It's not a big deal. I love working in the Air Force. I'm definitely going to do 20. I'm about to hit 16 this January. I'm at the finish line. But I humbly request, politely request, that you do something greater than yourself, if you truly mean it. And I think you'll feel better for it. And I will be cheering you on the sidelines. If you want help in trying to find purpose, I will help you find that purpose 110%. And I'll be cheering you from the sidelines. So that's my take on it. But thank you very much. That was a very pleasant thing to say. star and moon in shining lamps of crystal hewn, undimmered by cloud. Am I into skiing? I only skied once. Why? I only skied the one time when I was in Japan. It was a squadron back office event, and it was around the holidays, and I basically spent. um, so does that mean Gretchen have a 7-up save? They will always get hit. Well, they will always get wounded, not hit, but wounded. Yes, yes. But yeah, when I was stationed in Japan and I was working customs confinement for Misawa, they did a back office outing to one of the mountains in Amori. That was during the snow season. That was during the ski season, and I did not do good. I was about as graceful as a drunken hippopotamus on a unicycle. I left so many craters of my ass and body on that mountainside. I don't even think I left the bunny slopes. That was the sad part. I definitely was snowboarding. So it wasn't necessarily skiing, but I think it was. I thought it was fun. I was exhausted by the end of the day. I'm so freaking dumb. I bought a posable lamp so I could face it away, so I'd have better lighting and no glare while playing Magic the Gathering over Discord. And this entire time I had it pointed at my build. Oh no! I'm assuming the posable lamp had a camera too. It's all right. We all make mistakes. No, I have a webcam for that. Oh, okay. I'm 80% done with this. Okay. It's all right. It's all right. Oh yeah, brother. I'm a big ski bum. Love Warhammer. Yeah, like I said, I skied only the once because I suck at it. Thanks for helping me a lot. I could not understand saving throws. Well, I mean, unless you actually like play a game, I could explain it to you, but the some concepts are just hard to explain without without actually playing a game. But basically, if it says plus whatever, you have to get higher than that. You have to either equal or get higher than that plus. If it's like a +7, unless you're in cover and get a +1 modifier to your armor save, you're not you're not gonna get a saving throw. That's basically how that works. Because +7 is like they. I wish they didn't introduce the +7 rule. I think it's dumb. Um, but I realize why they introduced the +7 rule, which is because you're trying to, um, because they're saying, well, their armor is so weak that unless they're behind a pile of rocks or something, that you don't get an armor save, basically. My bad. I worded that stupid. I meant you helped me understand it. Oh no 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 no. It's okay. Like it's sometimes it can be an abstract concept, and I appreciate you asking the question. I'm a firm believer in there's no such thing as a dumb question, especially when it comes to gaming. Bring out the chart. I haven't played 40K in a while. Oh, it's the armor save chart sometimes gives me a headache. All right, folks. I think I'm a fantasy player. No, I mean fantasy armor saves can be as complicated as much as 40K cuz like are you wearing heavy armor? Do you have a shield? Are you wearing does the enemy does the enemy have a heavy weapon? Do they have a great weapon? Do they have a weapon that negates particular types of armor? Are there arrows like armor piercing? All that stuff. Like there's more to it. All right, folks. This is where we get into the karaoke part of the stream because I need music to play, and when I listen to music, I sing very badly. So, I have been told I sing like a tone deaf goose that is being run over by a equally cacophonous garbage truck. First strike. Yeah, no. So like there are modifiers there too that can be dizzying. All right, I'm gonna good chatting to you and nerding out about Grim Dark Hobby. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you, Grimnaeus. We're sure you're not leaving because I'm about to like listen to music and probably sing very, very poorly. Stay, you coward. No, get some sleep. Any advice for new players? Okay, hold on. No, nope, it's just fortuitous timing. Okay, new players. Get a faction that you like. Read the books. I'm probably gonna play some Total War Warhammer and just leave you in the background. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I really do want to listen to music while I paint. I'm starting with orcs. Okay. Orcs is a horde faction. Um, the goal for orcs is they're not really great at shooting, and they really shine in close combat. So you can build shooty orcs. You just don't get your hopes up when it comes to like taking down big targets or taking down critical targets. Unless you put a ungodly amount of fire down into the target. Orcs shine in close combat naturally. So you want to have your battle line be a mix of charging orcs, transporting orcs, and jump pack orcs, or some way of getting into some way of getting into the an enemy's battle line as quick as possible. Another good thing is never compare your minis to other people's minis. You see who have been painting a decade or more. Oh yeah, my minis are, whew, like I think I'm a pretty decent painter. I would consider myself like a level 1.5, 2. That's an old painting guide to where like if you were a part of if you were doing painting competitions, like level 1 is like your base entry, level 2 is like good on the battlefield, nice put together, and level 3 is like better on the battlefield, level 4 is more higher, and level 5 is like your competition painting, your gold edition painting. But yeah, get a faction that you think you can jive with. Collect like 1,000 points, and just stay there until you can get a feel for the army. Because what you don't want to have happen, and by the way, we're about to hit an ad break, and I can't stop it, so I will pause my thing. But you don't want to get into a faction where you sunk a lot of money, and then you don't feel like you've gotten anything. You don't feel satisfied with the faction. So 1,000 points is normally a good starting, or 500, I should say. And then we're about to hit an ad break, so I'll be right back after the ad. Be waiting for me when they see my face. Know if I can be strong. Remind will be worth my while. Go the distance, I'll be right where I belong. Down an old road to embrace my fate, and wonder it will lead me to you, and 1,000 years will be worth the wait. May take a lifetime, but somehow I'll see it through, and I won't look back. I can go the distance, and I'll stay on track. No, I won't accept defeat. It's an uphill throw, but I won't lose hope. And I go the distance, and my journey is complete. But to look beyond the glory is the hardest part. For a hero's rate is measured by his heart. All right, back from the ad. Sorry about that, folks. That's a good song. Okay, so yeah, sharp focus is right. I recommend painting them soon because they might look cool, and nice to build, but you might hate painting them. Yep, 100%. You might hate painting them. That's another. That is another. Super sick to meet a Warhammer fan. I'm just a nerd. I troll the Tasteless Cast and found your work today. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you very much. I just started with Combat Patrol. Okay, well, Combat Patrol is pretty good. That's a good baseline. Thank you very much, Sammy Schneider. That's nice. That's a nice thing to say. I appreciate you. Combat Patrol is a really, really good way, a baseline box, right? Let me take a look at it real quick while my face is drying. because I don't want to overlayer. Let me see. Orc Combat Patrol. I gotta go. Well, thank you very much for staying. And remember, if you haven't joined the Discord. I'll pop it in the chat real quick. One more time. And it's on the description of my YouTube as well. No, those are battle forces. I want combat patrol. So which one did you get? The orc. Hold on, let me see. Oh, yeah, it's the beast snaggers. Okay. It's a good starter if you want to play beast snaggers. If you don't want to play beast snaggers, it will give you enough models to spice it up, just so you can have a variety, but it's not going to be necessarily something effective in the way that you want it. My recommendation might be expensive, but my recommendation, hold on, let me look. Orc Combat Patrol. Beast snaggers. That's boarding. Yeah, so the old Orc Combat Patrol, unfortunately right now it's on it's the only way you're going to get it is on eBay. And it's going to be at an outrageous markup. But it has 3 Death Coptas, a Death Dread, I think 20 Orcs, and a boss in heavy armor or mega armor. And that's a good combat patrol. That's a good way to start out. I added 1 truck, a runt herd with Gretchen, Killicans, Orcs, Big Mech. Yeah, so that's still a lot. The thing is that you need to paint it, because if you don't like painting orcs, that's one thing about your faction, is that you might like the orcs, you might like their aesthetic, you might like how they play, but if you don't like the way they paint, or if you don't like how they paint, or if you don't enjoy how they paint, it's going to make you feel cheap, right? It's going to make you're not going to feel as fulfilled. Ultimately, if you don't like how they play, it's not going to make you feel fulfilled. A combat patrol is just depending on which combat patrol you get, it's just shy of 500 points. So you can technically play a legal game of them and whatnot. But again, like, my warning for anyone who wants to get into 40K is you really need to explore each of the factions and get something. If you like Gundam, you should do Tau. It's basically Fish Gundam. Yeah, I mean, yep, there's that. The blueberries are definitely Japan. Japan Gundam. Warhammer 40K Gundam. But if you like the orcs, you can never go wrong with a faction that just speaks to you at a certain level. But my warning is, I don't want you thinking that, I'm going to like this faction, and then you find out and you're like, oh, well, this faction kind of sucks. And then you spent a lot of money, and that's what forces people kind of to get out, is that they spend so much money on a faction and then they realize they don't like it. Hell, the only reason why I have the armies that I do have is because I do 40K battle, or I try and do 40K battle reports, and I need a variety of armies to play against my other armies, because no one likes, no one likes battle reports of just Imperial Guardsmen. You know. I like the Tyranids. I think the Tyranids look awesome too, and the Necrons. Okay, so Tyranids are another Horde army where you're going to need a lot, and you're going to need to spend a lot to make a decent Horde army. You can do Elite with Tyranid. You can do like an Elite build with Tyranids. Um, but it's big. It's an issue, right? Um, Building elite armies with any faction, um, whether it's heavy infantry, heavy beasts or whatever, like big beasties, um, it may not necessarily survive another update within a codex. So another good point is buy those armies basic battle line units and paint them up. See if you like them. Yeah, 100%. 100%. You buy a box of Gaunts, you buy a box of Necron warriors, you buy a box of orcs. You paint each one up, and you're like, oh, well, do I like it or do I not? You know, do it that way. It's cheaper. It's going to add up to a combat patrol, roughly, but it's cheaper. It'll be a cheaper investment and less of a mistake, if that makes any sense. I want to play a game, watch games online played so far. Yeah, that's fine. I'm warning you that um, don't buy everything under the sun, build it, paint it up, and then realize that you don't like the orcs. you know, keep it basic. Sharp focus is exactly right. Send a pic in the big Discord for one of my favorite models. Oh, that's really good. Yeah, an ogre bull with a battle standard. That's really good. I like that. That's kind of cool. All right, that head's done. See if I can find a Dark Elf model. Combat Patrol, yeah, I'm told. So many cool factions. I just want to check it out. But yeah, definitely notice it adds up pretty quick. Yeah, like I said, it's definitely an investment. There's a nice night stay deep. So I wanna leave the comfort of this place. It's hunger, burn to escape. Life I live, I'm awake. So let's go there. Let's take our escape. Come on, let's go there. Let just say, can you take me higher? To a place where blind men see. Can you take me higher? To a place where golden streets like round the beach helps me to appreciate those nights and those dreams. Where do you get your minis from? Do you prefer to check the local shops or places online? What do you recommend? It depends. I strongly recommend shopping local because you want to support your mom and pop shops. But if they don't have the miniature, you always go to Warhammer to Games Workshop online because you'll pay what they want and you won't pay the high prices that markups have for like eBay, Amazon, all that stuff. You just basically pay what you want to pay. Some online stores do have discounts, and but I find it very rare that the online stores are cheaper than the Games Workshop stores. So I would do mom and pop stores first, then actual Warhammer stores, then online. That's what that's kind of the hierarchy I go on. Nights I can make the earth of my dreams the same. The only preferences I'd love place all I hate. Let's go there. Let's take our estate. Come on, let's go there. We'll just stand and say, can you take me higher? Meow, 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 to a place I and see. Can you take me higher? To a place with golden streams. Go there. Let's go there. And let's go there. Let just can we stay? Oh, I feel like I'm alive for the very first time. Tame your time, I'm strong enough to break these wings and make them mine. Yeah, if you buy the codex and use the code in the app, you get all the rules from the codex ported. It's a paywall, basically. You can't use the app and not use the codexes, basically. Can you take me higher to a place with grime and sea? Can you take me higher to a place with golden streams? Can you take me higher to a place where blind men see. Can you take me high to a place where golden streams? Do I need to still pick up the Cole rulebook? How often do these editions last for? I know we're in 10th, but when does the new edition? When's the next? It depends. I think the longest running edition was 98 to like 2003 or 4, something around that area. But most editions run about every 3 to 4 years. Um, I think the shortest edition was 3 years, and I think the longest edition was like almost 7 or 8. But yeah, you definitely want to have at least a core rulebook to understand how the game is played. Plus, it gives you kind of a rundown of each faction so that if you're really on the fence about a faction, you can look at what they look like and how they potentially play and their lore. Um, so what's Age of Sigmar? Is that like another game? Yeah, it's a completely different game that's the same company. It's basically fantasy. Sorry, I'm just checking something real quick. And see. All right, hold on. Completely, entirely new, are new to the entire 40k. There's been watching more videos on YouTube, some across the world of miniatures. I've heard it's astronomically expensive to get into the hobby on a budget realistically. Okay. Oh, well, let's talk about it. You can get into the hobby, what I would call the ground floor, if you played something like Kill Team, where you only need a box of your basic battle line soldiers. It's still going to be $60 roughly, and it's still going to be it's $60 for the battle line of the Kill Team. It's going to be $60 for the rules, and then the paints and the brushes is going to be around anywhere between 30 to $40, right? If you wanted to play 40k Kill Team, or if you wanted to play Age of Sigmar Underworld, is where you would, or Underspire, I think that's what it's called, Underspire. That's where you would get into the ground floor and buy those models. Those models you can use in 40k or in Age of Sigmar, but it wouldn't be a full game. It would just be a squad. And they would only be a drop in the bucket. You could play Necromunda, which is a smaller game. That's a skirmish game. That's 40k. It has different rule sets, all that stuff. It's more older. It follows the more older side of 40k. I stay with 8th edition. 8th edition fantasy, yeah. Or 7th, yeah. Well, 8th edition was before the end times, and I think 7th was people liked 7th edition for fantasy. But yeah, as far as getting into the hobby, there is an unfortunate high bar, a high floor level to get into the hobby, because you got to buy the rule book, which is $60. You got to buy the army book, which is anywhere between 45 to $60. And there's an ad break about to come. You got to buy the paints, the brushes, and then you have to buy at least enough models to make a 500-point game for 40k. I don't know if fantasy has the same point steps, like 500, 1,000, all that stuff, or Age of Sigmar for that matter. But it's there. So it can be very expensive. You can get into the hobby on a budget. It is just going to take you longer to get into the game. That's it. That's my take on it. Anyway, ad break in about 14 seconds. I'll be right back. It's the same. Okay. All right. That's what I thought. Hey, Kev B, how are you doing? Thanks, man. Dude, you've been a bit. How things? You're fired up to see up for a guard heavy new year and Krieg drops? Yes, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. There's an ad on Twitch that's going on for about another 40 seconds, so I'll answer it again. But yeah, I'm super. Yeah, the channel's been busy, right? It's been really busy. Um, I've been busy, so I'm looking forward to Plastic Krieg. Guacamole, what up? All right, everyone's back. Okay, so let me answer everyone's questions that before the ad break on Twitch came out. So if you're gonna build a flushed out army, any army that takes some time. Um, yes, that does. Let me see the Death Hag. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's very good. And it looks like a Dreadlord, too. I see you working steadily on models currently. They're going to hit me right in the wallet when the Death Riders come out. They will be so nice. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm happy for plastic Krieg models. I'm happy that the Guard are going to get their time in the sun. Um, um, it's actually, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to say I made this distinction. I made this distinction right before I went on break, holiday break. Blah. Um, this is the first codex that Acadian is not on the codex. This is the first codex ever that Acadian is not on the codex. So I'm excited. I'm excited that they're going to flesh out something else besides the Cadians. I I really wanted them to come up with a new regiment per se, and make the models modular so that way you can kind of mix and match. But I'm okay with the Krieg. Um, Another thing, the rule of cool is where you buy models you think that are cool and not models that are in the meta. 10th edition right now, meta units can also be cool. Yeah, I mean you can, but I would say, um, I would say that that meta, only worry about meta if you're going to go into tournaments. That's what I would say. Well, to be honest, there's not much to flesh out the Cadians now. Most of them are space dust. That's very true. Very, very true. Well, now they have a planet called New Cadia. I don't know where it is. Sub 400 is what I'm thinking realistically is entry. I'll be throwing my entire life into it, but nothing. Really hope the Catachans get a look at some point. Those models are old and tragic. Their plastics need to reach it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the guys, to quote Pancreas, no work. The Catachan's face is melting off. I mean, the dude's having a stroke. New Cadians will rise again. Yeah, so the planet New Cadia, they have a planet called New Cadia. Sub 400 isn't $400. Well, okay. You know what? Let's do that real quick. We're gonna switch to Chrome window. Hold on. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that real quick. Let's hold on. We're gonna switch to Chrome. Come on. And we're gonna go Games Workshop. Oh, those are so cool. I can't wait to collect the Empire, man. I'm so screwed. Oh man. All right, so you want you want to do you want to do less than 400, right? Less than $400. That's the goal, right? That's the dream. So, we're just going to do this because I really want to help you out. Buck. Okay. You say you want orcs. Xenos armies. Orcs. You've already bought combat patrol, right? So that's 160 right there. Or really 170 with tax. Okay. Well, actually, probably more than just with tax. So 170. We're just going to do round numbers, right? 170, 160. That's 230. Okay. So you have basically 170 left for $400. So, and that's before you do paints, brushes, spray, right? So we do the combat patrol. What is that? What does that consist of? Hold on. Read more. So you have two troops choices, a fast attack, and an HQ. Okay. So you'd probably want another battle line. You probably want two battle line because the beast. boys are more melee focused. Also, buy speed paint. It's like 2 times cheaper than Citadel paints. Well, that's if you're comfortable buying non-Citadel paints for non-Citadel minis. I like Citadel paints for Citadel minis. I think they sit better on the model. I think it is sharper, but at the same time, I've also seen non-traditional paint on a Citadel mini, and it looks just fine. So it depends on the person and what they feel most comfortable with. That's what I'd preface on. But you have just with the combat patrol and the codex, you have basically $170 left to flesh out your army. You could go Mozrod Scragbad if you want to keep the beast theme. So that's another $60. So now you're at 110. And if you want to have some, I mean, you could fill out some Gretchen for like expendable like objective snaggers. You could do some artillery pieces just to clear the board. But I also like all those trucks and battle wagons. Well, see, that's the thing, is that if you do beast snaggers, they really don't. You could put them in trucks, if I remember correctly, but there's no maybe there's no added benefit. I can't remember. I mean, if you do a truck, that's another 60, so you're already at 110. So another 60. Now you're at $50. So $50 to round you out. You could do a war boss and mega armor. If you wanted to do $50, you could do 2 Gretchen with Orc Gretchen, right? You could do runts. You could do that. 2 of those, and that would bring you $50. And that's that. So you could have a truck, 2 of these. You could have him, and that would be $400. But that is also not including paints, brushes, rulebook. So that's how I would. Here's the thing about in Warhammer. You can stop at any time, but if you love it, you're in deep before you stop. So just be warned. Yep, 100%. And if you buy from straight from GW, yep, 100%. But that's, I mean, basically 2 squads of Gobby, 2 squig herds, 2 Dudnivers, and you're squad. Is airspray mandatory? I've heard conflicting opinions. Nope, airspray is not mandatory. It's true that planes are nerfed. I've never fielded a plane in 10th, so I don't know. But yeah, that's the long and short of. If you only have $400 to spend, you're basically getting a combat patrol, the codex. You could do Mozrog's scrag bag. You could do a truck, and then you can do 2 basically Gretchen Orc Gretchens. And that's that. And there's your $400. You don't have the core rulebook, and you don't have the paints or the brushes. So keep that in mind. The only thing I would say with air, true, but that's not going to stop me from wanting any orc plane either. Yeah, no. So the only thing I would say about the only thing I say about sprays is that if you want to spray your models, give them a base coat with primer. Primer right now from the GW website. Hold on. Primer right now from the GW website is about anywhere from $20 to $24. Okay. Airbrushing, you're going to need more equipment and you're going to need to know how to control your airbrush. It is, in my opinion, I think it is harder for people to airbrush than it is to traditional brush paint because you don't know how much paint you're going to get and you don't know where that paint is going to touch on the model. You've got a general idea, but it takes it takes people a lot of time to actually do control. So that's my worry for you. Also, a lot of people will at your local, yep, your local gaming store. Don't be afraid to ask. Yep, 100%. And even if you go to a local Warhammer store, they will help you. And if you get lucky, you can get hand-me-downs too. Yep, 100%. All right, back to painting. Sorry. I love talking to you guys and I love helping out. I forget that I'm supposed to be painting. But I like helping people get into the hobby. I really do. Okay, big ask. What are you going to get for the guard release? I think I'll get one of those first time boxes Um, I have Death Core of Krieg, Forge World Death Core of Krieg, that I need to paint. If I was to get one of the big boxes, I probably would get the death. I probably would get the collector's Death Core. Um, but then that would be it. Like I wouldn't buy anything else. Because what does the big box have? Hold on. They have the gun emplacement. They have oh, hold on. Let's see what they got. Let's see what they're advertising. They have a squad of Death Riders. They have the gun emplacement, and they have the engineers. Yeah, I'd probably just get that, and then I'd be done. Along with a limited edition codex. Yeah, like I said, I'd probably just get that, and then I'd be done. And I'd only get one. You know, I wouldn't get any commissars. I wouldn't get the heavy weapons team. Um, because I don't like heavy stubbers. I might get the Lost Cannon weapons emplacement, maybe. Uh, but really, that's about it. At least one for that box. Yeah, I mean, the box is probably the best part. All right. Yeah, I feel the same. Yeah, no. Like I said, I think I would only get I get one big box and then that's it. Because I wouldn't want to work on the Krieg when I have all these Cadians to build and not have that army fleshed out. Because I am doing a revamp of my old army. And then once that's done, then I'm done. Right? I'm done with the guard for a little bit, and I got to focus on the chaos that I have, the the Mechanicus, the Sisters of Battle. Like I've got other stuff that's in the pipe that I have to work. I still need more of those get more of those Horse Heresy tanks. I wish the Horse Heresy tanks were compatible with 40k. It sucks that you cannot get Malkador tanks. It sucks that you cannot get like because ultimately I would love to have a mix of um 40k and 30k because like if my army is from Terra, they probably have older variants or at least older looking variants and what that stuff. The modeling is never ending. I do feel the pain. Yeah, I know. Especially because if you guys want to see like battle reports, and I'm not at a place where they allow me to do any filming, I gotta, I gotta have a variety of armies to field against other people. Yeah, the other tanks would have been great. At least Liam Russ's Backlog and Walkers would have been great. Yeah, I mean, just say, hey, If you want to use this, if you want to use a Malkador, count it as a Lehman Russ. If you want to use a Basilisk, count it as a Basilisk. Like, I wish they would have said, we're not going to make rules for these tanks that are compatible, but we're okay with counts as. And they didn't. And it sucks. For the Mechanicus, it could make sense. You're building an army whose lore is fixing and maintaining archaeotech that's sometimes field into battle. Yeah, I know. It's just, I wish they. I agree. I haven't decided the exact color. Like I said, it sucks that they said no 30K models are allowed in 40K. I just, oh, it hurt. The silly separation of 30K and 40K is dumb when those tanks are still to be around. Yeah, exactly, and that's why when they came out with that rule, I was like, oh well, that's stupid. That's dumb. Yeah, the inner office politics puts a real crimp on it. I not only do I think it's the inner office politics, I think it's like the GWB count, the bean counters saying it would cost us more to make rules for them on in the codex than it would be like they. I think it's the bean counters basically saying it would cost us more to make rules and try and play test and balance every single model in Horus Heresy to 40K. And I think they did that on purpose because like someone did a cost benefits analysis and was like it's too expensive, or they run the risk of a profit loss, which is almost impossible if you're frickin' GW. I mean, if you don't, here's the thing about painting: if you don't have the mojo to paint and you don't feel like painting, don't force it. You should never feel compelled to paint. You should never feel compelled to enjoy a hobby, right? Because the minute you don't like the hobby is the minute that you should stop. Because, and I say that not to be like reactionary or whatnot, but like if you're not enjoying a hobby, why spend time on it when you could enjoy another hobby, or you can find another hobby to enjoy? It's probably both of them in lesser degrees. Either way, boo hoo. Either way, it sucks. Boo for GW for that. Yeah, no, 100%. Plus, even if you love the hobby, but you don't have the mojo to paint, don't force it because you could make a really bad um, you could have a really bad painting session and screw up something. And then you get equally mad and then you feel like you've not done anything. So like the point of painting is to one get your pile of shame down, but two it's to help you, and this is what I do when I paint, is to think about some of the stuff that's really bothering you at the time and kind of work through it. Like I use my painting to help augment my therapy. I know that's not going to be for everybody, and I know that it will never replace actual therapy. Me going to a therapist and talking about my deployment related PTSD and the refugees that I had to dealt with in Africa and all that stuff. Um, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm taking the anxiety and some of the guilt and all that stuff and redirecting it into a better channel. And that's something that I do enjoy about the hobby. I loved playing the game beforehand, but now the painting and listening to music and talking to you guys and helping people find joy in something that I also found joy in and found solace in is important. Thanks for teaching me saving throws, but I gotta go get some sleep. Have a good time. Also, what time do you usually stream? So I live in California right now. So I stream anywhere between 2100 hours standard Pacific time or Pacific Standard Time to if I am off that day and I don't have anything that needs to be done, I'll try and start streaming around 08, maybe 09, maybe 1000 hours Pacific Standard Time. I do not have a standard stream schedule. I wish I did. However, all throughout the time that I am off, I will be streaming. As a reminder, we are going to be doing Mystery Science Theater 3000 movie night sometime this week, and I hope everyone is joins the Discord and gets to benefit from that. But anyway, have a good night, and I'm probably going to call it quits here in the next hour or so. I guess I'll practice spacing a bit. Yeah, that's fine. I'm waiting for this face to dry so I can start painting the next stage of the face. Unless I go to Warframe 99 to talk to those such choices. Yeah, I hear Warframe has gotten. I screwed up the paint on that one. I hear Warframe's gotten another expansion. Damn it, I screwed that up. Son of a gun. Damn it. With Ben Starr. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with Warframe, so but I it's basically like a what's it called? It's a Left for Dead Skaven or Vermintide um Dark Tide clone, isn't it? Like you play in a group and you're going up against a mob and you have to go towards like um panics to try and describe what Warframe is. It's okay if you can't. It's a core looter shooter a la Destiny and First Descendant, but All right. Let's try and save this face. You got a lot of space combat. You got space combat with ships, open world areas. You got roguelike areas, rhythm games. You got mechs. Holy shit! I thought it was like just a Left 4 Dead clone where you go objective based. My God. Yeah, that's Star Chart, the most basic concept of the game. Okay, alright. Creatures dodge warframes on. I'm not so sure. That's okay. I mean, the name implies you go back to 999. So, oh, okay. It's such an amazing game. I'll take your word for it. I've just never had. I myself never had the appeal. Or sorry, not. I've never had the appeal. I've just never had the want or motivation to go to the game. Ain't so far down. I'll work on base. Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm waiting for the paint to dry on this head because I want to make some corrections on it. Yeah, I'll move on to the next one. These ones are going to be hard because they don't have they don't have a part of the sprue for me to clip onto. Where is that? There we go. Whiskey turns my soul. One a million my rose. Been around the town. Generate for the night. I found as up comes come down. Where's I for in a fight? Her little deer with the arrows in her hair. You put her eyes. Oh, you said no one would watch all guard battle reports. I so would. I hardly a whole audience. But what forces are you working on for the channel? I believe you have orcs and I know sisters. So I have sisters, orcs, Dark Eldar. I have chaos, but I've never built them, and I've got AdMech. So those are the. And I do have some Eldari, but the Eldari are just they're just there. So that's what I've got, right? Those are kind of the main ones. I've got the Dark Angels for my wife's army, my Imperial Guard, the Orcs, the Sisters of Battle, the Admech, Chaos, and Dark Eldar. So I got 7. I do have Tyranids. I do think I have enough. I do have some Necrons, but nothing major, right? And I have some Death Guard that I can augment with the um, with the what's it called? I can augment with the Chaos. But again, nothing substantial. I'm your church. You're my angel tonight. Want you to know my heart's on fire. Thirsty it burns in my soul. 1 in a million. My sweet band rose aside for my life. 1 in a million. No. Me home. Sweet mountain rose. I'm not afraid of you being told. It's the road I'm yet done. Somehow to even humans, just to none. The afterwards case, as you have made, in rice. I praise God, and I'll go to church. I see my angel tonight. No. My heart's on fire, whiskey it burns in my soul. 1 in a million, the mountain rose of my life. 1 in a million, oh, make me whole. I almost sung bass in my screen. All right. Okay. All right, I think I'm going to end it here because my eyes are starting to get really tired. And I do need to get some sleep because my wife has an appointment in the morning. So we're going to end it here. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I can't believe we hit 10 people watching the stream tonight. Tomorrow we'll be streaming again. I don't know if it's going to be more painting. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only got 7 heads left. So, and then we just need to do eyeballs and the yellow flashes and all that stuff. That'll be easier and whatnot. But yeah, thank you all for watching. My name is Commissar Hecht. I'll see you guys in the next episode. Bye-bye.